Okay, and we should be back. Okay, sample rates all match up now. Whoops. All right. We should be set and ready to go. So, what are we going to do here? It gives you something to watch and do while avoiding relatives. Why are you avoiding your relatives? There should be no avoiding. There should be you like your relatives and you spend time with them, or you have problems with your relatives so you just don't bother with them. But there shouldn't be any like avoiding or hiding from it. You know, if they ask you, just be honest. I don't want to see you because this, that, and the other, or I just haven't really. I don't know. Work-life balance. What are you talking about? What's that? What's a work-life balance? What are you talking about? Work is my life. Therefore, I have perfect balance. Haha. Okay, so I'm going to wash my hands and then we're going to get started on this pile of MacBooks. Because we do have a pile of MacBooks that need to be fixed. Or else the 1 star that I got today will only be one of many 1 stars. Alright. Let's see how many MacBooks I can get to work today. This is gonna be beautiful, beautiful. Okay. Merry Christmas, Catherine. It appears my YouTube chat is stuck. That's lame. My Twitch chat is continuing. I gotta figure out why my YouTube chat is stuck. Oh, troubleshooting. Let's see. What the F is wrong with you, YouTube? What the F is wrong with you, YouTube? Who needs a YouTube chat? Says hi hi. Okay, here we go. I got this chat back. Pop out chat. Pin it above all the other windows. Bring a bit of Christmas spirit back to those poor MacBooks. Will do, my friend. Louis, do you like your relatives? No comment. He does this to combat the 1 star plague from spreading. Indeed. The 1 star plague is everywhere. Okay. So, the first thing we're going to do today is get started on another broken MacBook. This is an A1466 with liquid damage. Who else is in the shop? There is nobody here. I give my employees off for the holiday season. The only person that works during the holidays at Rossman Repair is the owner. Nobody is here besides me. Okay. So, we open this up. And let's take a look at what this thing's doing. So it appears that the battery is already unplugged. We are going to turn on my power supply. And see how many amps this thing draws. It draws 500 milliamps. Let's see if it has a backlight on the screen when it turns on. If it does, I'm not really sure what I'm supposed to do with this. And it appears to have a backlight on the screen. And it appears to have an Apple logo. So this needs a better problem description. Chuck is good at doing math in Twitch chat. Chuck is quite talented at his math. Alright, so we are going to leave some notes on this one. Needs a real problem description. And somebody else will figure that out. That one is boring. Somebody else will go through this with a fine-tooth comb and figure out the exact issues. But alright, and here we have another MacBook. This is a MacBook of a Democrat, because nobody puts stickers proud that they voted unless they're a Democrat. We're going to open the bottom of this MacBook and see what it looks like on the inside. Okay, we're gonna take these screws out of here. Maybe, Carl, but they're boring. Somebody else can do that. We have a bunch of people who work here that can do that. Okay. I forgot to turn the phone off. Alright. And we're back. Let's get the screws out of this MacBook. Lewis needs an anime waifu. What's a waifu? Why do you spell my name without an O? You stole my O. Don't find out what a waifu is. Oh. You sound dumb. Let's see. What is a waifu? I'm gonna Google search this. I'm not afraid. A fictional character an anime fan considers a wife or husband. Is the... Huh. I don't get it. Pierre Nov is here. How's the microscope going? Fixing more stuff now? You better be. It's a pillow you can hump. Oh god. That's strange. Okay, this is a fairly dirty MacBook. This MacBook is filled with dirt and grime and grit, and is a perfect example of why it is that I wear gloves when I open MacBooks. So that the nastiness from within the MacBook can't make its way onto me. So we unplug the battery, and it's only drawing 0.000 amps. That's no good. 0 amps is not enough to power a MacBook. So let's get this MacBook board out of here and see what we can do. And look, oh boy, this MacBook gives me lots of hope and happiness. There's a screw just sitting over here. Great quality control, Apple. Great job. That screw belongs in the fan over here, and it's just chilling. Oh, Jesus. Okay. First thing to do is put that screw back where it belongs, inside its fan. Jesus. We have to figure out why this MacBook is taking 0 amps. Also, you'll have to give me 1 second. I have to set up an encode of a video that I need to post to YouTube today. Merry Christmas and greetings from Germany. Thank you, Tietzen. That's how I say your name. Okay. How come the screw is on the fan? That's an excellent question. That's a very good question, because that's not a screw that anybody should ever be removing. It looks like somebody removed a screw that holds the fan together and put it on the fan. Either that or it came loose from being dropped so many times. That's kind of sad. That shouldn't be like that. Merry Christmas from Idaho. Thank you. Like, look at the guy who gave you the 1 star, gave another company a 1 star at almost the same time today. Somebody who spends their Christmas Eve giving a bunch of places 1 star reviews must have a very, very sad and pathetic life. Even more pathetic than somebody who is fixing MacBooks rather than doing something else on Christmas Eve. I'd say it's probably 1 step below me. 1 solid step below me. Okay. Alright, let's open this up. Okay, let's see if when we detach everything, if we have any different results. Now it's taking an amp. Interesting. So this wasn't turning on because of something that was plugged into it. So now we have to figure out what the thing was that was plugged into it that was keeping it from turning on. Because I just got a fan spin there. This one's not going to be fun because it most likely doesn't need board repair, just a bit of an ultrasonic cleaning and replacement of whatever it is that was keeping it from turning on. So now we plug in the I/O board and fan spins, so that wasn't it. We plug in the trackpad. We see if we get fan spin. So that wasn't it. We plug in the keyboard. And most likely it was the keyboard that was keeping it from turning on. Because the keyboard is where the liquid's going to spill first, and also where the power button is. That can also short out PP3V4 too and cause all types of messes. Nope, taking an amp. Alright. And we plug the SSD in. And it's taking an amp. All this little computer needed was for Lewis to look at it. Most likely what happened is that little metal screw popped out and shorted something together that confused the little MacBook, and then when I screwed that little fan thing back in, it decided to start working again. I'm going to double check what their problem description is just to make sure that this matches up, but yeah, this most likely needs a cleaning, maybe a keyboard, and you're good to go. Let's take a look. Ah, screen won't turn on. Okay, screen doesn't turn on. Alright, let's take a look at what's going on there. So, first thing we do anytime there's an issue with the screen not turning on is we're going to see... Oh, my multimeter battery's almost dead. It's complaining about that. Hey look, Paul Daniels' software is not working again. Wow. Big surprise. Okay, there we go. We have fixed it. First thing we do is check to see what the resistance to ground is. 24 ohms. That's no good. So now we unplug the screen, and the resistance to ground is actually still rather low. That's no good. Alright, so there's definitely an issue with the screen, but there's also an issue regardless of the screen. So we're going to take this board out of the case because that resistance to ground on backlight is way too low. Merry Christmas from Zimbabwe. I thought you were from Sweden. Even Paul Daniels' software has a life. Yeah, his software took off for Christmas. Now we're going to have to figure out why there is that short to ground on backlight output. Wonder what it could be. Wonder what it could be. Do you like Christmas, Lewis? Sometimes I do and sometimes I don't. It depends on certain factors. Don't have much reason to like Christmas as of recently. Okay. But most of that is best discussed in private. Okay, we have 2 more screws to get out of here. Do people ever complain to you after watching you repair their stuff on video? On occasion, and honestly, they can just go fuck off. The reason I say that is because it's not like there's false advertising here. It's not like I just started with their specific repair. People can watch. There's thousands of videos up that so people can watch, understand my process, see what I will and will not fix, see where I will and will not give up, see what I do and do not do. So if somebody so it's not like the stuff is hidden. It's essentially all there. So if somebody has a problem with how I do things, I genuinely don't care, because the way that I do things is published freely for everybody to see and make their decisions prior to sending something here. So if somebody has an issue with a video of their repair, I just don't care. All right, so all right. Yeah, still 274 ohms. So let's look at everything that's involved in the backlight circuit. Now I'm going to start with the LCD connector. The reason I'm going to start with the LCD connector is because when I unplug the screen, there is a change in the resistance. It goes down to 27 ohms. So the LCD cable is probably burned. And what I'm guessing is that when the LCD cable burned, it may have burned something inside the LCD connector as well, and that's what could be causing my issues. So let's take a look over here. Doesn't look too terrible, but still, I'm probably just going to remove that because. Then we have backlight capacitors here. None of them looks particularly cracked. Merry Christmas. Thank you for what you do. Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay. My guess is going to be on LCD connector. So I'm going to remove that right now with a little bit of flux. And did you get your 1-star review from the DIY douchebag yet? No, I have not. I got a 1-star from something else entirely. But the DIY douchebag, that one should be coming shortly. Alright, so let's get my hot air here. I'm sick too, Douglas. No fun. Okay. All right. So we've removed the LCD connector. Jane Doe says Christmas can suck when you're single. Christmas can also suck if you're dating, if you're with the wrong individual as well. So keep that in mind. If you are with somebody who goes out of their way to find shit wrong with what you do and drive you insane, then it will also suck. It's on you to make your Christmas a good Christmas. So it seems that we have 165 kiloohms to ground here, which means that there was some sort of short inside the LCD connector. So, yeah, we went from 300 ohms to 166,000 ohms. So we have made some progress. Now we have to get ready to solder a new LCD connector there as well. So let's do that. Okay. Now, we are going to add some solder and use some Gootwick to get rid of that old lead-free nasty crap before soldering a new LCD connector onto the board. This year you've inspired me to fix my Apple products instead of buying new. That's awesome. I'm glad to hear it. Good job. Okay. Do you fix... I don't know what that is, so I'm gonna say no. Okay, that could use a little bit of cleaning now with a Q-tip and some alcohol. Let's go for it. Now we're going to steal an LCD connector from Paul's stash, because I didn't order replacements in time. Paul won't mind. Paul's a good sport about these types of things. Cleaning stuff is so satisfying. Instantly clean and evaporates in a cool way. Yep, I love 99% alcohol for that. Alright, so we've got our nice happy new connector. Make sure this thing is pushed down nicely. Damn, didn't have enough solder on my tip. Need a bigger glob on my tip this time. It's not going to work properly if you have a tiny glob on your tip. Yes, Nacera, we don't see a lot of that because I hate doing that. Maybe once I get Paul's station set up better for recording, we'll have more of those videos. I hope you've started fixing things in Sweden, by the way. It's about time you started offering better MacBook repair than what they offer there at the moment. I'm confident you could. Tim Herman could figure this stuff out from watching the videos, and I'm sure that you can. Thank you for being you and inspiring me to fix my GoPro and see what else I can do. Awesome. I hope your GoPro works. I can barely even get that damn water-resistant door to snap back on properly without breaking it. I suck at working on GoPros. It's mostly my own. Hope you feel better. Let's get that Mac feeling better. Will do. We're gonna fix this MacBook. This is gonna be a nice, happy working MacBook. Haven't started, but I made a shopping list of stuff to get. Well, that's a start. Alright, I used way too big a glob here. That was dumb. How many years will it take Lewis to learn how to properly solder a damn LCD connector? Is it possible that flux fumes are making you ill? No, I have a fume extractor for that. My HAKKO FA430 keeps the flux fumes away from me. And I got a nice a live air purifier behind me that's off and on. Med vanlig halsning. Alright, now let's see if this thing works. Med vanlig halsning. I'm learning new languages. Slowly but surely. How are you healing from the fall? Getting there. I already got a new fever. Helsening. Okay. Let's put this up here. See if we get a light on the screen. Does live streaming work keep you motivated to do work for longer? I don't know. I think it tires me out a little bit. Alright, let's see if we get a light. .5 volts. That is a light. Huzzah! So this definitely needs a new LCD cable and also an ultrasonic cleaning. But that is that. This MacBook appears to be fixed. Okay, we're going to get to the next MacBook after this. Oh, new. Time to check out another MacBook. Thank you, Rob. Lewis, look at the watching counter. I haven't looked at that in a while. Let's see. Oh, wow. 1,000 people are watching me fix a MacBook on Christmas. Hi. How's it going, everybody? Hope you're having a good holiday. And a Merry Christmas. Stop working, enjoy. Don't be at work this day. What would I be doing if I was not at work? What would be my purpose if I was not to be fixing a MacBook? Excuse me. Oh boy. I have a MacBook to fix. This is my purpose. This is my reason for existence. I exist to take broken MacBooks and make them into working MacBooks for people. Without this, who am I? What am I? What is my identity? This is what I do. Lewis was raised Jewish? Huh? No, he wasn't. GTFO. Lewis was raised Roman Catholic by crazy Italians that would say things like, I remember if my grandma saw that my grandpa was watching The Honeymooners and just laughing at the show, she would say something like, "Luigi, why are you laughing?" And he'd go, "It's a funny show." And she would say, "No, no, no, this what was it that she would say? It was, "Next life is for laughing, this life is for God. You stop at that." And she would smack him in the head. I didn't really start to understand what it was that religion did for humanity when it comes to morality and everything until I was in my mid to late 20s. But my experience growing up in a family that was the strict old school Italian Roman Catholic, where they would actually say things like, "Next life is for next life is for fun, next life is for laughing, this life is for God," really turned me off to the whole religion thing. And it took until my late 20s to start to see religion as something that people that were not my crazy family would use in that way. Merry Christmas. Put this towards a cab home. Thank you, Terrible Fire. Terrible Fire. It's been a long time. I haven't seen you here in like a year. Can Lewis fix it? Yes, he can. Thank you, Arvid. You got a shout out from another YouTube channel. Watch Repair channel. Oh, cool. But yeah, that was something. Like, I'm never going to forget my grandma saying shit like that. And everybody in the family just going along with it. And it's like, what the fuck? Oh, God. Try teaching any of those old world Italians how to program a VCR. Oh, my God. It wasn't even their inability to program a VCR. It was that every single one of them was proud of the fact that they did not know how to use a VCR. Like, genuinely proud. Because when I meet other people, they'll be like, "Yeah, I can't figure it out." But with them, it's like, "Oh, I don't know how to use that thing. Who needs to use that thing?" It's like, for fuck's sake. How can you be that proud of such ignorance? Anyway, that has absolutely nothing to do with what I'm recording right now. This has nothing to do with fixing this MacBook. So let's move on and stop discussing people that come from tiny Italian mountain towns that are out of their minds, like the people from my family. Okay. Let's fix another MacBook. MacBook. What's a VCR? What's a VCR? I'm old. My chat doesn't know what a VCR is. That's depressing. I'm an old man. Just got to admit that I'm an old man. I used to enjoy recording copies of the Street Fighter matches that were really good. I got this really fancy VCR that I saved up for when I was younger. It was a JVC Super VHS. So you got 400 lines instead of 200 something. It was like 400 to 500 lines of resolution. And this VCR had S-video input. All the other VCRs had composite input. But this one had S-video input. So I could record from my PlayStation using S-video out, and it almost looked like the PlayStation video straight from the PlayStation. It was so cool. Yeah, all of you that the only thing you've ever recorded a game with was Open Broadcaster or a screen capture tool, you don't know. You don't know what it's like to be so happy that you're recording your Street Fighter Alpha 3 matches with a JVC Super VHS machine with a Super VHS tape with S-video in, because S-video looks so much better than composite. I don't know how anybody used composite. And oh god, those poor blokes that would use the RF adapter, that looked like shit. I couldn't play games on that at all. So blurry. Just utter trash. S-video. I remember thinking the day that I brought home my S-video cable was the day that my gaming life changed. Because I would plug it in. It's like, wow, everything is so sharp and amazing. It's beautiful. It's just crazy. Absolutely crazy how sharp everything was. Beautiful. Okay, so this MacBook is missing a fan. It looks like this MacBook has a lot of parts inside of a plastic bag. This kind of scares the shit out of me. This is scary. I'll be honest, this is scary. Do you still repair 17-inch MacBook Pro GPUs? Absolutely not. No way in hell. Nope. Those don't exist. Those GPUs don't exist. They're dead. They're gone. RIP. I recorded Super Mario 64 on a VCR. Good times. TCRS is 820-3462. Yuck. Yeah, the problem with these boards is that at the end of the day, the battery will be dead, and this machine was only out for about 3 to 5 months, so it's virtually impossible to find batteries to them that are good, and you usually can't bill for a laptop repair where the laptop must be plugged in to work, so most of the time they are a waste. Okay, so we're starting out this MacBook repair with the long screw and the short hole. You why? So first thing to do here is let's see if this piece of crap even turns. Do you get any response? Do you turn on? Do you do anything? Okay, this takes 240 milliamps. Actually, no, it's not. That's because the battery's plugged in. All right, let's unplug this piece of shit battery and go from there. Also, this battery uses the screw. So this screw over here is not magnetic. It's not magnetic. And if you lose this, the battery will not function. It will not work. You cannot lose this screw. But that screw is also not magnetic. So that is the screw. And if you lose the screw, you are fucked. So be careful with that. Never lose the screw. Ever. And of course, we're going to use T6 screws in one part of the machine and T5 in another because we're Apple. And we hate the people that open our machines. Why give money to a wealthy man when you can donate it to a food bank or homeless shelter? Why are you watching my stream when you can be cooking food for a food bank or volunteering at a homeless shelter? I don't think most of these people who say things like this understand just how hypocritical they sound. And who's wealthy? Lulz. If I was wealthy, this is not how I'd be spending my Christmas Eve, I can tell you that much. Let's remove some cancer from chat. Where is my cancer? Bye-bye, cancer. How the hell do you memorize where all the screws go? Many lookovers. Doing this over and 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 over again. Like, that stuff just makes me laugh. Why don't you do something for a homeless shelter instead of... It's like, okay, what are you doing for a homeless shelter? Seems like you're spending time watching my YouTube stream, asshole. Oh, virtue signaling fuckfaces. They're everywhere. Alright. Get those virtue signaling mofos out of my chat. Okay, so this appears to be fan spinning, but that it fan spins, but then it turns off very soon thereafter. Let's see if it actually gets to a question mark folder or anything like that if I plug the screen in. Did you see Eli rant about you today? No. What was his rant? Alright, so what are you doing here? Are you making your way to an operating system? Tony says if I was wealthy, I'd still be here watching the stream. Really? You wouldn't be like, When you would be on vacation in the Bahamas or something. Alright, so this seems to boot into an operating system. Not really sure why you're here. Let's take a look at the notes and try and see if we can figure out why this is here. Lewis, how tall are you? I am 5'6". I am very close to being a little person. I am very short. I wouldn't even call it how tall are you, I would call it how short are you. Because I think I'm closer to the ground than I am to anything else that you would use as a metric. Okay, so this... You work on Jewish holidays. I work on Jewish holidays, I work on Christian holidays, I work on all sorts of holidays. Yes, I'm very close to the ground. Okay, so the issue is it won't charge. See, this is exactly what I was talking about. Won't charge. I wonder if that has to do with the fact that it has a 6.5-year-old battery. Alright, so first, the only thing I'm going to do here is see if this thing has 12.6 volts on PP Bus G3 Hot. If it does, that means it has the capability to recognize a battery, which it seems it does. So the issue with this machine, as I said in the beginning of the stream, and by the way, this is where I said, people sometimes get pissed off that I don't spend a lot of time in their computer. The issue with this machine is that the A1425, this was out for a very short amount of time. It's not like the other machines where one battery works across 4 or 5 years. This machine was out and used a very unique battery for about 3 to 4 months. So the only batteries that are going to be existing for this machine are garbage knockoffs because there's not a lot of demand, and there has to be a lot of demand for the knockoffs to be of decent quality for people to put effort into them, or used batteries which are dead, which means that there's no way to fix this in a manner that will allow you to make money. So there's not much that I can do to this. Thank you. Thanks for giving me a reason to hide from my in-laws and pretend I'm working. Happy holidays. Yeah, are your in-laws that bad? And there's no sign of liquid on here, so let's take this machine. This is what we call, this battery is made of something called unobtainium. This battery is unobtainium. Hello. Hello, Virtuous. Now this battery is not made out of chinesium. Chinesium would be the replacement. This battery is made out of unobtainium. Alright. Next, we are going to find another MacBook. Another MacBook. 5'6" isn't that short. Here it is. Okay. Let's go and find another MacBook. Dear God, it's cold in the front of the store. 34 degrees and no heat. Holy shit. Brrr. No good. Alright. Ew, an A1534. Good. It's L22. Alright. Let's take a look. Ah, it's warm back here. Ah. It's nice and warm back here. 423. Here and air. Thanks for spreading positivity and cool content. The world needs more people like you. Well, that could be disputed. Merry Christmas, and I hope you feel better from Arizona. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much. But I'm not sure that the world needs more people like me. Okay. What is wrong with this MacBook? We're talking about how short Lewis is. That has to get boring after a while. Okay. Let's see what's going on with this MacBook. Now remember, this is the trap book. Ah, but luckily this has already been unplugged for us. Okay. What's happening with this MacBook? What did they do to you, MacBook? Who hurt you? Who hurt you? The world needs more good people. The world does not need more people like me. It's one of the things that's always driven me nuts with this overpopulation rant, where people will say that we need, we are overpopulated. Not really. I think we're overpopulated with people that don't produce shit. What we need are more people that produce shit, that do something, that make positive change, that produce, that don't just live their life to consume and then shit out what they consume. We definitely need more useful people. Okay, so first thing I'm going to do is plug in the DC in board, and then I'm going to plug in the charger with my USB-C amp meter here. And once I plug this in, we're going to see how many amps it takes, because that's going to give me an idea of what's going on with the board. It looks like this is taking 5.1 volts at 0.1 amps. I hope that this is not stuck. Let's try that again. Are you stuck at 5 volts? Alright, let's open up a schematic for this 820000244. The other interesting thing about the overpopulation argument is that all of the people who are typically intelligent enough to care about the well-being of the greater planet and the world are the people who should be having kids. And a lot of the people who don't give a crap about overpopulation are the people who are just spitting out children willy-nilly with no care for what it's going to do or how it's going to affect them or their community. So there's some genuine irony there, is that regardless of how much you care about overpopulation, you not having kids is not going to solve the problem. Okay. So this is stuck at 5 volts. So let's open up the schematic in board view here. Open 820000244. Oh, sleepy. Sleepy, 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 sleepy. The universe is extremely underpopulated. How do you know? Have you been to the rest of it? I haven't been myself. I'm afraid of travel. Shit, I didn't even leave the country until like 8 months ago. It took working myself up just to make my way to Canada. I don't think I'm going to be traveling the universe anytime soon. Okay, so let's take a look. So again, the same rules are going to apply here that apply with any of the other touch bars I work on that use this as a USB-C mux. So the first thing I'm going to want to do is see if I have pp3v3 underscore g3 hot. Now I'm kind of curious. I honestly haven't worked on one of these in such a long time that I forget if these even have a pp3v3 underscore g3 hot. Right, it appears that they do. So we're going to see if we have a pp3v3 underscore g3 hot, because that is going to be required for the CD3215 to work. And let's see if there's a nice place where I can easily measure that without hitting something that I'm not supposed to hit. So is there any one nice beefy component where I can measure this? And it looks like there's an inductor right over here. So we are going to measure on that inductor and see if we get pp3v3 underscore g3 hot. Ben says, I don't like reality as it is, so I don't have kids because I don't want to be the cause of people experiencing the same shit as I did. See, that's the cool part about having children. That's why I want to have kids. Because I want to do everything I can to ensure that my kids grow up the exact opposite of how I did. And I think that I have enough knowledge now to ensure that my kids would grow up very differently than I did, and that they would have a much better life. That's the fun part, I think. Because it could be where you give your kids the same crappy life you had, or it could be the exact opposite. Because I think that I could give my kids the benefit of starting off, it took me a while to catch up. I probably could have done a lot better in life if I had a better childhood. But I think that I could give my kids that head start so that they could do all the shit that I wasn't able to do. That's the fun part. Alright, so it appears that pp3v3 underscore g3 hot is not here. So that's the problem that we're going to have to solve before we do anything else on this MacBook. pp3v3 underscore g3 hot is not present. So the first thing I'm going to do here is I am going to unplug the charger and then measure the resistance to ground. We don't have a short to ground. We have 12 kiloohms to ground on pp3v3 underscore g3 hot. Alright, so let's open this up. That Paul Daniels board view software is amazing and has no issues. You lie. You lie. That's a trap, dude. Kids that have everything to have a great start usually fuck up everything as adults. No, that's if kids have... That's not kids that have a great start. That's kids that just have everything. I think that's where you're getting it wrong. So if you give your kids millions of dollars and no supervision and no guidance, that is fucking them up. If you give your kid a good start, that means that's different than giving them everything, in my opinion. But again, I'm not a dad. But I'd like to be a dad someday. I think So let's take this board out and try to figure out why pp3v3 underscore g3 hot is not present on this board. So what makes pp3v3 underscore g3 hot on this board? That's going to be the first thing that we got to find. I'm just going to put this aside for the moment with all of its little stickers. All right, you go over there. And... I'm kind of hungry, but I don't want to get one of those awful burritos again. That burrito from last time actually really made me lose faith in good things in the world. But I would like to eat. I think I'm going to get myself something to eat. Let's see. What is open right now? What could I get? Atomic wings. No thank you. Thank you, Terrible Fire. Get Indian. No, I don't hate my asshole that much. Nice try. I've eaten Indian food around here before, and every time, oh, the things it does to your asshole. Nope. Nope. Okay. Mm-hmm. 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 Perhaps you should get some cocaine to satisfy your hunger. Nope. Let's see. What can we get that's decent? Try being 47 and single with no kids. It's so much fun, says Demand Red. Really? Ooh. Whole wheat wrap stuffed with homemade guacamole, romaine, cucumber, tomato, brown rice, chili beans. Oh, chicken. Boo. Alright, next. Need some food. Falafel burrito, that sounds disgusting. No, that place is disgusting. I've been there before. That place is disgusting. Not fresh. You really should open a kitchen here. It is. Well, it is Christmas Eve. You can't expect the best. Fuck it. I'll try this thing. Can't be too terrible. I'll take it with a lentil soup. That sounds good. Alright, I'll take this thing. Let's see how terrible this shit winds up being. $5 is a good enough tip. You're 1 block away. It's not a long walk. Alright. There we go. Okay, food is on its way. So, where were we? Okay, so what we need to do here is figure out why pp3v3_g3 hot is missing. So the first thing I have to do is find out where pp3v3_g3 hot is being created. And we're going to, and most likely that's being created by an ISL chip that I can't get. Let's see. Okay, so it looks like pp3v3_g3 hot. This is the coil for it. Alright, yeah, this is the coil. This is PP3V3 underscore G3 hot. And you are created by what? Where do you connect to, mofo? You are created by U7000, which doesn't exist! Yay! So this is one of those chips that I keep trying to find it, and I keep failing to find it. You have to take this off of a donor board and reball it. And I don't even know if I have a donor for this thing. Let's take a look at this chip and see what everything looks like in this area. Yeah, so they built that into the ISL 95530. Apple has done a lot of work to make sure that nobody can get their hands on this thing. Like a lot of work. And it paid off because nobody has gotten their hands on this chip. I had a few, but I could never find them again after that one purchase. Nothing here looks particularly nasty. There's one resistor that looks like it's a little burned up looking, but right over here. But that doesn't seem damaged to me. I'm going to check it just in case. Let's see. What are you for? Yeah, you're a resistor to ground for high power enable. And you're supposed to be 100 kiloohms. And I imagine if I measure that you are going to be 100 kiloohms. So it really sucks that you can't get ISL chips for the newer MacBooks without going through a lot of pain and struggling. Yeah, that's a fine resistor. There's nothing wrong with that resistor. Ugh. This sucks. Okay. So this chip is supposed to be creating... Well, let's take a look at the overall schematic here. Let's just PDF. I need to get another monitor for chat at some point. Okay, where is PP3V3 underscore G3 hot coming out of again? Here. Okay, so this is the U7000. No, that's not it. Nope. Battery. Here we go. So PP3V3 underscore G3 hot is go. I'm going to try to get some sleep. Good night, everybody, and good luck on the rest of the boards. Thank you very much. Hope you get some good sleep. All right, so let's see. Firstly, is the input voltage coming in where it's supposed to? Let's check that before we go all noob and do things we're not supposed to be doing here. Also, I suppose it would be best if I measured this in the case. Because that's where my charge port is. Are we getting a Yule log stream this year? Depends if I blow something up today. Yeah. Okay, do we have input? Input is there, but input is severely down. Why? Interesting. So we have 5 volts on input, but over here, where it's going to this area, that is 4.5. So why the drop? Why the precipitous drop? Alright, that's interesting. So let's see, where are you coming from? ppvin underscore G3 hot, P3V3 underscore G3 hot. Now this is a fairly fucked up schematic because it doesn't really show me where any of this crap comes from. Like, where does this come from? Where does this come from? You can't really tell. Like, I have no idea where this comes from, truly. And I can't just look it up by scrolling, it seems. Yeah, that's pretty fucked up. That's pretty shitty. Thank you, Driveway Dad. I appreciate that. Okay, but like, where am I going to find this? So the input to this circuit. Well, here, let me just go over why this is killing me. So, firstly, this is the circuit for creating pp3v3_g3 hot. Now I know because switch is attached to the ISL chip over here, this charger PMIC. I know that since it's attached to this, from the board view that I was looking at, that this chip is going to be making it. See where it says pp3v3_g3 hot SW over here? That means that you're making it. But what I don't understand is what is going on with ppvin_g3 hot _p3v3_g3 hot? Because you're the input, but where do you come from? Like, what do you go? What are you there for? I mean, where do you come from? It doesn't really tell me. And that sucks. So this goes here. Where are you coming from? Are you created by U7000? Are you created by U7000? Is that what we're getting at over here? On pin 56? Because that ain't make a goddamn bit of sense. Unless why would U7000 create 4.5 volts for itself? No, that's on a pin that's all the way in the corner. So that's either going to be something like A1 or G6. Something like, let's see if I can find A1. Charger phase. No. Also, let's see, is there an enable here for... Is there anything here that's going to enable the pp3v3_g3 hot? That's because it's not creating pp3v3_g3 hot, and we don't have a short circuit to ground. So either the chip itself is bad, or it's not being told to create that rail. Let's treat this as if it was an old ISL 6259. So let's check on R7010. I'm going to check on R7010, pin 2, and see if charger AC in isn't. Because remember, we need charger AC in to get SMC, BC, AC OK on the older models. So maybe that still has some meaning on this newer model. Alright, so I'm going to just get my microscope in there. At 1.29, so we got something. It is doing a 1/4 voltage dividing. Okay, what else do we expect here? Power gate enable. Where can I measure you? I can measure you under a ball. Joy. Or over here. Alright, let's check you out. You're not there, but that seems to come from this chip, and this chip appears to need pp3v3_g3 hot to function, which we don't have, so that's going to be a catch-22. All right, back here. SMC reset in. What if that's a part of the problem? What if we're in reset mode? Okay, let's see if that's part of our issue. SMC LSOC reset. 0.06, that's a strange number. But that's not reset L. I would expect that to be. So that's good. That means we're probably not in a reset mode. And let's check out SMC reset L over here. So it says SMC reset L. That is going to be found right over here. Okay, so we put U. And that is high. Oh, it was high. High. Let's measure that again. Sorry, I can't give more. I lost my job last month. If you lost your job, you should not be giving me money. But I appreciate it. I hope that you do better. Okay, so SMC reset L is stuck at 0.06 volts. That's not a valid state. We should be at 0 volts or 3.3 volts. But I don't understand what the hell's going on with 0.06 volts. And do keep in mind, this is not with a keyboard or anything plugged in that's going to be shorting it to ground. All we have plugged in is a DC in board. So SMC reset L is stuck. And we have to figure out what's going to be making SMC reset L. And it seems that that is actually built into the ISL 6259 on this board. So this is a great way to tell if I'm correct. See, look, SMC reset L. So they've integrated several things in here. So check, this is how they shrunk this is how they shrunk this machine. So the ISL 6259, which created PP-Bus G3 hot, the U7090, which created PP3V42, and the SMC reset IC have all been integrated into one chip, the ISL 95530, which would be fine if it wasn't for the fact that I can't get that effing chip. Now, the real issue here is, well, I can't get the chip. That's the real issue here. And I know that that's what's wrong because SMC reset L is not supposed to be stuck like that. It's only stuck like that. Thanks for the knowledge and the laughs this year. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. It's very nice of you. The issue that here is that SMC reset L is stuck low. So now I know it's got to be that chip. It's not something else, because nothing else is going to cause SMC reset L to be low besides that chip, and this is the kind of failure mode that I would expect in the older MacBooks. This is the exact type of failure mode I would expect in the older MacBooks when the SMC reset L chip was broken. So now the issue that I have, just make MacBook chip fitter, happier, more productive. Don't belay stuff so Lewis doesn't have to work on Christmas Eve. I'd still probably work on Christmas Eve. I'm a workaholic. But thank you. Yeah, so somebody said try to reflow it. Well, there's really no point to that. The chip is most likely dead. And there's no liquid damage on this board, nor does the machine look like it's drop damaged in any way. The issue is that I need an ISL 95530 from a donor board. I don't think I have one. So I'm going to have to try and locate one. And all the ISL 95530s I've been finding online are not the right date code and don't work. If you find an ISL 95530 that doesn't say this on it, it's probably not going to work. Now, just because somebody said I should try and re-hot it to see if that solves my problem, and because I know it's going to make Jessa Jones angry during the holiday, absolutely, damn straight I'm going to re-hot it, because that's going to make Jessa Jones angry. But this is not going to fix my issue. But it will make Jessa mad, so it's totally worth it. Happy holidays. Thank you, person with a symbol for a name. I don't know how to pronounce that, but thank you anyway. Merry Christmas, since it's just gone midnight. Has it? 7 o'clock. You must be from one of those places in Europe. Alright, so let's reflow this little ISL 95530. Q's Tech. If it doesn't say 95530 on top of the chip, then it's not going to work. Just came by to wish you a Merry Christmas. And that the spirit of Christmas helps you to fix many MacBook boards. Is that shunt resistor cracked? No, it's fine. Right, now we're going to let that board cool off for a minute. Push that board over to Paul's area. He seems to enjoy that type of work. That's not a bad idea. Donor MacBook Pro I want to send you as a CPU from '06. Is it useful to you or just a paperweight? Oh, if it's from 2006, it's most likely a paperweight, I'm afraid. But somebody would probably pay for it, give you 20 or $50 for it on eBay. But for me, it would be a paperweight. Thank you for the consideration, though. I really appreciate that. You thought of me, and that was on the holiday, and that was very nice. Okay, so let's see if I get any change now. After the re-hot. No change after re-hot. This needs a new chip. Of course it does. We only did that to aggravate Jessa anyway. Okay. Hi asks, am I a paperweight? Absolutely. You are completely useless, hi. About 1.5 years after starting to watch you repairing displays, consoles, vacuum robots, and SMD soldering retro gaming hardware, including video scalers, to a point where I can improve on some PC and design stuff. Thanks and great work. Sounds like you're doing more stuff than I am. That's the cool part, is that when somebody surpasses you in success level, but they started watching after I started doing this stuff. There's nothing cooler than watching people become more successful than you off of stuff that you've made. That's awesome. I'm really proud of you. Okay. So let's leave notes for this, that this needs an ISL 95530 to be found and scoured from a donor ball and manually reballed by Paul. By Paul. 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 Mr. Paul. Okay. Paul loves this shit. Much Paul. Much Paul S. Paul S. Much Paul. Have you ever been to Canada? Yes, I went to Canada to see LTX. All right. Next MacBook. I think I'm going to have to walk up to the front to get the next MacBook. Actually, wait. This one is right here. Oh, Canada. Oh, Canada. Watching your content for the past 3 years, thank you for being awesome. Thank you very much. I like that you say Canada. I also call it that. Yes, if America is for Americans, then Canada is for Canadians. Or, if you're a Canadian, then your country is Canada. With as much BS as you put Paul through, he deserves a raise. Disagree. He already got a raise. Paul is well compensated for his torture. Paul is very well compensated for his torture. We even started giving him lunch breaks recently. And we stopped forcing him to pee outside. Okay. Next MacBook. Next effing MacBook. All right. Would you ever want to collab with Jay's 2 cents? I don't really know what I would do. Jay's 2 cents builds computers. I suck at building computers. I genuinely dislike building computers. I like using my computer to be productive, but putting it together is just miserable. Like, for example, I'm going to put some those rubber gaskets in mine so that the exhaust fan doesn't make as much noise. I'm changing my all-in-one cooler for one that actually covers the entirety of the CPU on Threadripper, and I am really dreading having to do all that. I really hate building computers. I genuinely despise it. I find nothing fun in building it. I find fun in getting the fan to spin. Like, getting the fan to spin is great. Then after the fan spins, I like to hand it off to somebody else to actually put it back together. But putting the computer together, I don't find any fun. Okay. Also, Jay's 2 cents is like, I don't know what to say. He's already famous or something. Build the Threadripper PC the right way. This thing is fine. This is beautiful. This is all built the right way. People were losing their mind because I was taking my time to make sure shit went together properly, and they were like, I can't believe he's doing this, or I can't believe he's turning that. It's like, yeah, I build a PC once every 5 to 10 years. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing, so I take my time. This thing works. All I gotta do is I have to poke all those fucking lights out of the motherboard. I have to poke all those lights out of the RAM, because I fucking hate this RGB bullshit. But, I despise this RGB shit. But I have to poke all those fucking lights out, and then I'm going to have a beautiful computer. I even, check this out. I wanted to make I don't think I can show you without fucking up my camera. Merry Christmas. Thank you. So I actually did something here. I put my own heatsink on the Magewell card. You're never going to see that. Fuck it. I give up. When I get a smaller camera, I'll try to show you that shit. But I actually got I got rid of the crappy little fan on the Magewell capture card and replaced it with a really large passive heatsink. So I got a really nice large passive heatsink on my Magewell capture card because I hate those little 20 to 30 millimeter fans that go Vroom! They're so annoying. They're genuinely annoying. I'm fairly sure you could turn them off in software. Yes, but you don't understand. I intensely hate RGB. I don't want to turn them off in software. I want to fucking murder them. Like JTAG connectors. Just take my iron and go. That's what they deserve. You could have gotten RAM with no RGB. Yes, but I wanted DDR 3200 CAS 14. Can you find me DDR 3200 CAS 14 RAM without RGB? Because I can't find that. I got PC 3200. I mean 3200 megahertz, or is that what it is? Or I don't know what the fuck it is. It's something DDR4 3200 with CAS 14. Everything else had like CAS 16 or CAS 17, and bleh. I ain't about that. And I want to kill the RGBs. Merry Christmas, boy. Thank you. I'm gonna put those RGBs to death. You're losing your mind because you wouldn't click the wrench. I didn't know that the wrench clicked. I didn't know the wrench clicked. Listen, you don't seem to understand. I work in an industry where when it comes to iPhone data recovery, like 90% of the reason that iPhone data recovery is even a business is because fuckfaces screw the screw too hard and then destroy it. So yes, I'm going to be a little cautious when turning a screw. After 110% confirming that I should indeed smash that screw in there, that's what I did. But I am going to be cautious. When it comes to anything that, thank you for the 100 secs. When it comes to anything that you're not familiar with, I would say being cautious is better than just fucking with it. And I also didn't feel like reading manuals or watching tutorials, so I just went through it and was cautious. And I have a computer, and my computer works. And I'm happy that my little computer works. All I got to do is stab all my RGBs. And once I stab all my RGBs, I'll be happy. Where'd you find the Magewell heatsink? I just searched Amazon for heatsink. Yeah, let's see. Actually, maybe I can get the overhead cam to show you this. Here we go. Maybe this will do it. Yes, RGB is bullshit. Indeed it is. I'll poke all that shit out of my computer. Alright, so that is almost invisible. Fuck. Yeah, you can't see for shit. God damn it. Alright, I give up. But yeah, I got rid of the heatsink on the Magewell capture card, and I got that shitty little 40mm fan, and I got a nice heatsink on there. Paul helped me install it. I can't take credit for it because he did all the work. Paul's awesome like that. The book said to click it. I am not reading the book. I am not. Oh hell no! I don't read instructions. I'm not reading a book to install a processor. Are you out of your goddamn mind? You crazy? Hell no. Make sure the RAM is set to 3200 in BIOS. Yes, I did, because it's not set to, it wasn't set to, all the latency settings and the bandwidth settings were not detected automatically, so I had to set it manually. Okay. But back to this little MacBook. Back to this little sad little MacBook. What's going on with this little MacBook? I like my little PC. Can I get a happy birthday? Happy birthday, Brad. This is taking 600 milliamps. Let's see if it gives me a question mark folder. When the processor costs that much, you're out of your mind to not read the book. I will not read the book. I will not read the book. I'll only read the book. You got the 2950X. I think so, yeah. This has a question mark folder. Merry Fluxmas. Thank you. Kill the effing RGB with fire. Will do. Will do, my friend. Why does the screen have keyboard marks? Because the owner is probably nasty and doesn't wash their hands before using their keyboard, and then the grease transfers itself. This already works. What are you running before that CPU? 6-core Haswell. I think it was the 3.3 gigahertz 6-core Haswell that came out in 2014. But the entire system, it wasn't so much the CPU that sucked in my old system, it was really just a combination of everything being... Like the video card was dying, the board was dying, the hard drives were dying. I wanted to start fresh with a machine that made it easy for me to upload a video to YouTube every day with something really fast. Okay. And it is considerably faster. I like having an NVMe SSD. And instead of having 2 hard drives in RAID 0 that have bad sectors. Huh. Somebody... Oh, fuck. I thought that was my food. It's you. You're not food. You're not food. I thought.
I almost donated you. Okay.
Come on. What did you bring?
It took me like 2 hours. It wasn't fun.
Oh, food.
Oh.
Okay, here we go. Food?
Yeah.
Burrito? Yes.
Oh yeah.
Thank you so much. Ah, yes, food. Guess I'm gonna have to get. Oh, God bless you. Let's see. Kopaz is here. This is Kopaz. I don't know if you all remember him. God, it's freezing up there. Fuck, it's cold. And I also got my food. Let's see, what is this?
Your store logo.
My store logo?
Yeah.
Wow,
There's a lot of it.
look at this. This is 3D printed and everything. Thank you. This is so cool.
I think I got this down to like a 1 hour, 1 hour and a half. Like basically one of these like costs like 1 hour and a half printed.
Mm-hmm.
So I can try to make a business plan out of this.
Holy crap.
Yeah.
That would be cool.
I'll make it down to like where do you want to put this?
I would put it on Paul's desk. That's where it would be safe.
You can definitely go.
Well, he's going to yell, but you're not going to be here when he yells, so you'll be good.
What if
Thank
I
you.
work as an intern?
Huh?
What if I work here for free?
Then he'd yell and probably scream. Okay, so no one cares about Hi being there. It's because Hi's an effing traitor.
But I'm on me.
Okay, so this is this looks good. What do we have here? This had better taste good. No more crap food. How many people are here? We have 1,041 people that are going to be watching me eat. Mm. Hmm. Not nearly as stale as that trash from yesterday.
Have you ever tried using one of these?
What is that?
Electric screwdriver?
No.
No? You try it. Here.
Kopaz needs to reball an SMC. No,
No.
not one of mine.
Try it. Okay.
Why do we have to see you eat? Do it offline. Suck my balls, man.
I'll reach out for you. While you eat.
Hmm. I don't mind you watching you eat, but I've had sleepless nights for the past 2 weeks waiting to watch you fix my MacBook. What's your name? What's your ticket number? Let's find you. Where's your MacBook? This is Christmas lunch, not Christmas dinner. Actually, this is Christmas breakfast.
You didn't eat anything?
Mm-mm.
Oh man. Wait, when did you wake up?
I woke up about 9 in the morning to throw up for a bit, and then I
Okay.
went back to sleep for a while. Ticket 23045. Okay, let's see. What is your... Let's see what your MacBook is. Your MacBook is... I will take a look at that next. Let's do your MacBook next. This is probably not going to be fun. I gotta tell you something funny about this Repair Shopper software. So check this out. The way this software works, let's say something is in my name. So it's in the status Lewis or new to be fixed. If a customer asks for status, or they ask for an estimate, it actually gets put into a new status called customer reply, which is not the one I look at. Steve looks at that because he does the customer service. So if a customer asks for status, it actually gets bumped out of my queue and into somebody else's queue.
Cool.
So it seems like he emailed to say, thanks a lot, you guys are amazing on Thursday the 20th, and that bumped it out of my queue and put it into fucking customer reply.
So move it back again.
Well, I love Troy software. Gotta love Repair Shopper. All right. Yours will be next, but food first.
Do you have photo board for 12 inch ones?
No. If I did, I would have fixed that one that needs a 95530.
I want to look at them, like how bad they are.
Save the rest of this for later. Alright, let me wash my hands. Drink some water. The first meal I was able to eat all day. Felt way too nauseous today. Fuck, it's freezing. Ah, fresh. How could you eat that much so fast? It would have taken me 20 minutes to eat that. Fixing MacBooks burns calories, my friend. Okay. Let's see where this MacBook is. Not this one. It's this one. Okay. Better the repair shop or no monthly fee. I don't care about monthly fees. I care about the integration. No, I'm good.
Sure.
Yeah.
You can clean.
You want to mop the floor?
I don't mind.
If you want to do.
Literally free like this entire.
Yeah, I've been supposed to mop for the past 3 days and throw that box away, but I haven't because of puking. All right. I like how Repair Shopper syncs with free PBX. It's pretty cool. I like being able to see the status of a ticket when somebody calls. I also like being able to tell when somebody calls. Somebody says, I called yesterday and you didn't pick up. I like being able to cut them off and say, no, you didn't. Nope, you didn't call. Because I'd see it in the ticket if you did. Repair Shopper is excellent, especially for when you really want to point out that a customer's being a douchebag. It gives you all the information that you need. Okay. So let's get started on this guy's computer. He's watching from a faraway country. Let's see if we can fix it or if we're going to fuck it all up on camera. Hope we don't fuck it up on camera. That would be kind of embarrassing. So, this is an 820000928, so it's not going to do anything besides give me a low battery indicator on the screen if the battery is not plugged in. I'm just going to plug the screen in and see if it does give me a low battery indicator or even try to start up for a moment. Fingers crossed, he says. Yeah, you better have your fingers crossed. See who's working on your machine? You see who's working on this? You better have your fingers crossed. Alright. Let's also read the problem description. The problem description is... Holy fuck, this is a book. There's a 3-paragraph problem description. What? Jesus Christ. Sending you as purchasing blah blah blah. Okay, this part, the first paragraph doesn't seem important. They tried cleaning it, blah blah. Okay, so I'm guessing it was a spill. All right, so this is 3 paragraphs of not telling me what the problem is. So I'm not reading that. We're gonna restart problem description from the beginning. So it looks like this is taking 5 volts from the charger and 30 milliamps, which means it's not negotiating with the charger. Yeah, this is my food. I'll just put this up here. So this is not talking to the charger. So the first thing that we have here is not negotiating with charger, which is either a CD3215 issue or an issue of PP3V3_G3 hot not being present. So let's take this thing out of the case and go from there. Alright, so let's see. Your cable plugged in. And I'm just going to unplug the charger from the machine. The charging port. That speaker have a hole in it. This speaker looks like it was punctured, but this doesn't have a hole in it, but it just looks like it was punctured. This has been to many stores before us, so God only knows. I didn't puncture it. Not it. Not me. Not it.
Not me.
Not me. I didn't do it. Okay, so we're gonna plug the charging port in. Screw this in here. Okay, we're gonna find the two little screws that we use to hold the charging port in, and screw those in. We're not going to long screw this, even though it's likely been long screwed already. Alright. So one of the first things I like to do when I first take the board out of the case is take a look at the case. This board has been cleaned. This board has been worked on by other places, so all of my hints are removed. And as I've said, when all the hints are removed, it makes it a lot harder to figure out what was wrong with the machine and to see where the original liquid damage occurred. However, while most places will clean the board, they will not clean the case. And this is a good thing for me, because it allows me to see that the original liquid damage occurred over here. See that? That little spot? That means that my original liquid damage is over here, so I have an idea of where I should look. So I'm going to take the board, see where it's placed in the case, and now I know that my original spot of liquid damage and corrosion was probably right over here. This gives me a good basis of where to start. So I'm going to take a look at that under the microscope, and I'm also going to check and see if pp3v3_g3 hot is present. So the first thing I'm going to do is take a look at where the original corrosion was. Even though the corrosion has been cleaned, I still have an idea of where it was thanks to the case. And this area doesn't look too bad. And the next is going to be taking a look at pp3v3_g3 hot. So we're supposed to be getting 3.3 volts on pp3v3_g3 hot. That's going to be required in order for the CD3215s to communicate for the charger and for anything in the system to actually work. So let's see if that is doing anything. So we're going to check pp3v3_g3 hot, and it is present, but then it goes away because the chargers are looping. The chargers are turning on and then off, and then on and then off, and then on and then off. So that means that one of our CD3215s is going to have a problem. This sucks, because when pp3v3_g3 hot is missing, you have a fairly localized problem that you can solve. But when the charger is turning on and off and on and off and stuck at 5 volts, then it could be any one of those CD3215s that is problematic. Further, the corrosion on the board is over here, whereas the CD3215s are over here on the exact opposite side. So there's no hint as to which CD3215 it would be that is the cause of our problem, which means you probably have to replace all of them, which sucks balls. Go figure. So this board is going to suck. This board is going to suck very badly. So let's take a look under the microscope at the CD3215s and see if there's any sort of hint. Anything that would give us any idea as to which one we should focus our time on. So you do not look corroded. You do not look corroded. And these ones don't look corroded, but there does look like there's some dust around here from where somebody else's cleaning went. So I'm guessing that if there was corrosion, it was on this side, just because of this dusty stuff on the board over here. So I don't know what that residue is, but this is all I got to go on. So first thing we're going to do is try giving those to a reflow. If that doesn't work, we're going to steal some pre-balled CD3215s from Paul's desk and replace them and see if that gets us any progress. Flux is like Windex, it fixes everything. Indeed it does. I need to turn my fume extractor on a little higher. No longer boot looping. However, it's still stuck at 5.18 volts. But it's no longer boot looping, which leads me to believe that the whatever was messed up had to be on this side, because heating that side changed the behavior. So I'm going to replace those two chips with some from Paul's desk. Okay, let's remove those chips. This is an ESD safe fume extractor, Chris Murphy. It's ESD safe. Let's see if you guys notice something here. What's the difference between the left and the right? And why do you think that my assumption is that the right one was the one that was bad? Take a look at the balls in the center on the left chip. Now take a look at the balls in the center on the right chip. See this? Those balls look like they were a little burned and corroded away. Number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4. So I'm going to guess that our problem this entire time was with the right chip. Which is why it would be really cool if Lewis had a Nordson 3D X-ray machine. Because then I wouldn't have to unsolder both chips. I just wasted time by not having a Nordson 3D X-ray machine. However, a Nordson 3D X-ray machine is about $130,000. But it would be really cool to have one. But it's $130,000. But it would be really cool to have one. Who would buy me a Nordson 3D X-ray machine for Christmas? Santa's not going to give me a Nordson 3D X-ray machine. I almost knocked a resistor off over there, but that's fine. It'll just flow back into place when I put a chip on. Thank you. Huh? This.
Oh, right here.
Are the CD32 chips programmatically bound together for a given board, or are we able to do individual replacements? Individual replacements is fine, Paul. Can I recommend Camden for any headaches and head pain? It's very cool. You can even get Camden in your MacBook or get Camden your PC. I've never heard of Camden outside of the Seventh Heaven. I'll check it out. Alright. So we got my replacement chips. You're going to solder these two to the board. You just can't mix up C00 and B03. So the CD3215, C00 and B03, don't mix those up, Paul. Otherwise, you're good. Alright, let's pray that these don't jump. Ah, nice try. I didn't see them dance, so I kind of have my doubts there. Thank you, Abel. Those balls look good to me. I got no problem with those balls. Same shit. Maybe it's one of the other two. Yeah, boot looping crap. How the hell are you working on Christmas?
Because you can.
I suppose I am. The balls were too firm. Yeah, we're still stuck at 5 volts in boot looping. Now, it's one of 3 things. My soldering job was no good. The chips that came from eBay are no good. Or it was the other 2 chips all along that were the problem. It's one of those 3 things. And that's one of the reasons I said this board would suck. And it is. This. Yeah.
When I'm done with this, I'm gonna make an exact copy and give one to you.
Okay. It's really hard to see the balls. You can't see them in the camera view, but I can see them. The balls are fine. Yeah, the camera's not catching them. But I can see the balls, and they're in there just fine. You didn't wick. You don't have to wick for this. Your product has arrived at a top-secret repair facility where a qualified team of our best and brightest are prepping it for service. God damn you, Geek Squad agent. Alright, so the issue could be with one of the others, the other 2 CD3215s, or it could be that one of my chips is bad, or soldered properly. There's really no way to know. That's the beauty. This is like an SMC, but times 4. That's what makes this chip, the CD3215 crap, ridiculously aggravating. Because yeah, this is like a bad SMC times 4. You have to get it from a donor board.
We're basically adding more rent in this.
Fuck this. All right, let's see. Did I flow them into place nicely? Perhaps I didn't flow them into place nicely. And I'm going to give them a tap. How about that? We're going to give them a flow and a tap. And then after that, this can go to Paul. Leo says smash the board until it works. That is very, very... That's... I really do want to try that, but the owner's watching, so... Now this time I'm going to tap the chip and see if it moves. Please fix video signal. I can't fix your video signal, unfortunately. You're welcome to send it in. Go to sendyourmacbook.com and we can fix your video signal. Alright, so I tap the top of the chip. Saw it move. Tap the top of the chip. Saw it move. Same shit. Alright, so now we're going to try replacing the other two on the board. And go from there. Wait a second. What else is corroded on here? What the hell are you so corroded for? This is the sad part, is after we figured out this problem, we're going to have another issue because of the corroded PMIC. This board is going to be such a time sink. This board is going to be a big, big time sink. Kevin, if you want to hire me a camera person who does that full time, I'm all ears. Otherwise, I have a board to fix. So the SMC talks to the CD3215s, had minor corrosion by it. So I figured we'd give that a reheat. I covered the connector next door with a shield. Now these are the other CD3215s. All right. Buy me an Apple MacBook, please. No, and don't call me that either. Fuck. Reusable or no? Reusable. I vote reusable. Don't you leave donations saying that I am daddy. Nobody donate and say daddy. Those are some sexy balls. Mm-hmm. Alright, those balls look sexy. We're still stuck at 5 volts. No change. Alright, there's one more chip to go, and after we replace that chip, this board that's been a full repair shops and from bumfuck knows where can go into Paul's bin. One more to go. And then Paul is going to have a very nice board to come back from after his Christmas break. This is definitely going to be a board for Paul. Okay. What? Yeah, sure. This is going to be a Paul board. This is so going to be a Paul board. I don't hate Paul. I love Paul. Paul's a great guy. That's why, you know, that. I can't tell if that's a light reflection or if that's an actual bend at the bottom of this chip. I wonder if that's telling that this is going to be the chip that fixes it after all. Okay. That resistor we can place back into place, no big deal. When I hot air, I'm going to put that resistor that just tried to fly away right back where it belongs. Let's get rid of all that nasty lead-free junk. Okay, now let's get another CD3215. Do you know my food went? I put food on the chair and now it's gone. No worries, I just thought it went away. You don't have to get it. Okay, so we're just going to add some flux here and solder this chip on. Let's see if the last one is the one we needed. Hopefully this is it. So after this is going into the Paul queue. Alright, it just danced into place. And it looks like I actually soldered this one ball off. That was retarded. That was above and beyond retarded. Wow. Alright, try again. That's what I get for doing BGA while sick. Okay. I just soldered that on with one ball, every ball off by one. Yeah, it happens. There was one time that I did that while Paul Daniels was watching, and I knocked it over into place, and the board actually turned on. I'm never going to forget that stream. Because Paul Daniels was watching, all thinking that I had messed up and that it was never going to work again, and I don't know, it was fun. Paul remembers that. It was an 820-2936 board. Those were fun times. How old are you, Louise? My name is not Louise.
Lewis.
Okay. That was one row of balls off. But this time, Paul Daniels gets to laugh because I actually did it. RGB SCART is where it's at. No. My TV didn't have component video, it only had S-video. It was an RCA 25-inch console. It was so terrible. One of those TVs where all the money you're paying is towards it being in a console, but the TV itself was a piece of shit. Okay. Piernov, I hope you don't think that that stuff that we got for you was just like a gift to be nice. I fully expect for you to create software that's not as execrable as Paul Daniels' junk. I need you to make a working version of Flex Board View, Piernov. Like a version that's actually usable. Doesn't have this, that where Control F works in the PDF reader. Merry Christmas, best on YouTube, thanks. Thank you very much, Mark. Piernov, we need a version of Flex Board View that has previous in addition to next. Control F instead of the slash nonsense. Okay. I'm kidding. I like Paul Daniels' software. Sometimes. Sometimes I like Paul Daniels' software. The chip's moving a little bit, so I'm not going to move the iron closer. I'm just going to let it do its very slow dance. And now, we're going to wait for that to cool off and see if this works. And see if we have 20 volts. And if we don't, then this board is going right there. Right there. Into that queue. Into that beautiful Paul queue. In a moment, we're going to find out where this board is going. We're going to find out where this board's going. Is this board going to the fixed pile or the Paul queue? Merry Christmas. Wanted to say thank you for everything you do. You're a great human being. I can also say you were part of what inspired me to get my life back on track and pursue something that means a lot to me. Best wishes, Pepe Bus for the win. I don't think I'm that great a person, but I'm glad I helped. That's something I did help you. Thank you very much. Okay. Let's see if this thing works. Let's see if this piece of garbage board just wants to work. If it does, it does. If it doesn't, we've always got a place for it. Five volts. Bye-bye. All right. I've spent almost 50 bucks in chips and 40 minutes in time on this. Time to go. Bye-bye. All right. This we type in CD3215 issue. Should be easy. In your queue, smiley face, status, Paul. The resistor we put back on. Yes, we put that back on. Oh, people are going to keep typing that over and over, aren't they? Somebody, why are you thanking me? I didn't fix anything. Thank me if I actually do something worthwhile. Let's see what Paul can do on Wednesday. What about the resistor? Stop spamming me! I said I put it back. Jesus Christ. Let's see what's next in the list. Okay. What is next in our list of boards to be fixed? Paul resists the queue of stuff that needs fixing. Paul will hashtag resist. Okay. Damn, Paul's queue sucks again. That looks like bullshit. This one looks like mega bullshit. Okay, let's check out this other one. Kitty cat, kitty cat, kitty cat, kitty cat. Hello. Next MacBook. Hands must be so sweaty in those gloves. Yes, when your office is 35 degrees and you barely have heat, your hands will sweat a lot. Gloves. Minor corrosion, major corrosion. Nothing yet, just me. Let's take a look at this MacBook. Oh boy. Much broken. So, before we get started on this video, I just have to finish publishing my other video, and then I can... and then we'll be all set. So give me one moment and we'll get started working on this beautiful board. I looked up where to file a commercial building heat complaint for you. That's for inadequate or no heat. Technically it did give me space heaters. My complaint is that I have to pay for the electricity on them. What is the oldest MacBook you will service? It depends on your problem with it. So for example, the 2008-2009 A1286 unibody that needs C7771 replaced, that is something where you fix it and it's probably going to be fine. But for liquid damage, probably like 2012 and up, because a lot of the times too much will wind up being ruined on a board that's too old for it to be worth fixing if it's older. Thanks for sharing knowledge. Videos have helped me greatly with SMT rework. I hope that means that you're not soldering as bad as I am. Merry Christmas, thanks for content. Thank you, High Voltage. Almost done here. Almost there. Lewis, finish your food, damn it. I feel like I would probably throw up if I ate two more food. This is High's Christmas donation to you, Lewis. Thank you, Ron. Uh-oh, my web browser's freezing. No! Don't freeze, I haven't published my video yet. No know much thread ripping. Okay, and public. Almost there. Bada bing. F plus Apple's shitty grade copper turns into tetanus infected green snot. I don't know if this is tetanus infected, but it is nasty. Very nasty. Alright, published my main channel video for the day. I promised that I would do one video a day since getting the Threadripper, and I am going to continue that, keeping that up. Okay, so that was done. Just didn't want to forget. Sorry about that. So we're going to take the board out of this and go from there. There are two kinds of people, those who make a mess and those who clean it up. We need more of the second. Thanks for showing the way. Oh, I definitely make messes. Thank you, though. Paul, I bought your software, but how can I get those files from MacBook schematics? You know, if you go to Paul Daniels' website, he has a live chat link that you can click where he'll personally walk you through how to get schematics for use with his software. Agents are waiting on the line right now. I won't forget to drink my vitamin C. I have so many reasons to freeze spray Lewis, he says. Please tell your mods to unban me. I want to be able to say if you miss solder or something. Promise I'll be nice. Do you mean on Discord or in live chat? Discord, I think there's an unbanned channel for that. Live chat, that, or YouTube chat, that's a clusterfuck. Because I think you actually have to go to the URL. There's no list. I have to actually go to the channel page of the individual who was banned at their channel URL and then click unban from there. Which is not a great interface. Hira? You don't want to meet me, El Dominguez. You'll be very disappointed. You're going to show up and say, hi! And I'm just going to kind of stare at you. And then you're going to be sad that all I did was stare at you. And then you're going to hate me. And then I'm going to feel bad, and then you're going to feel bad. It's a recurring theme. Don't meet your heroes, folks. Okay. Is that a DVD-ROM drive? Yes, this thing is old enough to have a DVD-ROM drive. Thank you, Tim Fan. What's the best Christmas present you ever received? Final Fantasy IX when I was 12 years old. Yep. What a game. What a story. What a game. Final Fantasy IX was great. I loved Final Fantasy IX. If I had to say the best Christmas gift I ever got, it was Final Fantasy IX. I met you. It was the day the phones were going like crazy, and it was a very humid day in New York. There's never a day here that the phones aren't going like crazy. That's the other thing. Like, somebody will show up, and they won't be able to get more than 5 words in because the phone will ring. And then they think that's going to stop, but it doesn't. It does that all day. It does that all day. It never ends. I would play Final Fantasy IX again if it wasn't for the bullshit battle system. What I hate about the battle system is and then the battle starts. It's so annoying. It's just like when the battle starts, give me an option to just fucking jump into it and get out of it. But, like, all the time wasted. It drives me crazy. Banned on YouTube. By the way, what other games have you played? I like I don't remember much gaming except for Final Fantasy IX. But the amount of time you would have to wait from the time that you figured out you got into a battle to the time you actually got to start doing commands in the battle, oh, it's awful. It's agonizing. The battle system is so fucking slow. And that's the thing, it's only 20 or 30 seconds, so it's not long enough for you to actually do anything, or, like, you know, go to the bathroom, or... It's not long enough for anything, or to check something online. It's just long enough to irritate you every time it happens. I wish there was an option to turn that shit off. But I love Final Fantasy IX's story. It had a very good story. Someone's laughing that I thought Final Fantasy IX was good. You go to hell and you die. Final Fantasy IX was great. Yes. Where'd you go? You little bastard. Merry Christmas, Daniel. Whoops, I'm soldering with the wrong hand. And I'm soldering with the right hand. There we go. Don't want to get caught soldering with the wrong hand. None of your stuff is going to work. Alright, how much other nastiness is on this board? Gross near SMC reset, gross near capacitors, gross near sensor, gross near BIOS, gross near CPU V-core. Why am I working on this again? See if this is savable. Ugh. Ugh. Why? Oh, Jesus. Why is everything spooged on this? Just found your channel, never knew a person could make repairing boards entertaining. Thanks. Funny videos, happy holidays. Thank you. Thank you for Lewis for sharing. Happy Merry Christmas. Thank you. What the fucker is happening by this trackpad connector? Dear Jesus. This is disgusting. This MacBook is filthy. Ah. I wish this camera had auto exposure and white balance all the time, instead of me having to constantly adjust it. It would be a bad idea to bring your cat to work. I would not want little solder balls falling into his eye. Like when I flick a JTAG connector off, it would make me very sad if that flew into Mr. Clinton's eyeball. You must have all those CPU cores uploading videos while streaming. Yep, I'm definitely trying to get more videos done. A lot of it is also putting more effort into editing. One video a day. I'm gonna try for it. I may fail, but I will try for it. I'm not gonna let my channel turn into Eli the Computer Guy's channel. Not without a fight, at least. I will fight. I cannot let my channel go the way of the Eli channel. See you later. Thanks for everything. Okay. Depends on how sick I am. If I don't throw up, I'll be here tomorrow. If I do throw up, I'll be here very late tomorrow. That's... Oh, that's the ship.
Yeah, that's, you know, like the movie, like really old crap.
That's a ship. Does it sail? Does it sail?
Not yet.
If you put this in water, would it sink or float?
It will float. Because there's a coin inside.
Can it shoot?
I want to make it shoot, but that's kind of illegal, right? I put this lid in here.
Eli wanted his channel to die. I don't think Eli's made up his mind, because he'll talk about how messed up the algorithm is, but he also did want his channel to die for quite a long time.
Wait, let me know if you need more of those.
Alright, thanks a lot. You excited for the supposed 2019 notchless iPhones? I'm not really excited for any iPhone. I don't get excited at phone launches. I'm using an S7. Um, I'm probably going to be using an S7 for a really long time since new smartphones don't really offer anything interesting to me except for them being more bigger and more expensive. And I don't. That's the other thing. I don't want a large smartphone. My hand is. I have a tiny little Trump hand. See this? This is a tiny little Trump hand. I can't hold some fucking 5.5 to 6-inch phone and then reach my thumb across the phone. So as long as this trend of only making large smartphones continues, I will not be able to buy a new phone because it's not compatible with my hand. So I'm just going to keep fixing my S7 until it dies, and maybe I'll get a new phone someday when there's a compelling reason to. Or, oh, you're still here. I was going to lock the door. You got a car?
No, I got the password.
Oh, all right. Just pull the gate down when you go so that no freaks walk in.
Yeah, I'll close it off.
All right. Yes, I'm not going to buy a new phone until they make phones that people like me are capable of using. But so long as everybody's obsessed with making phones that I can't use, there's no point for me to buy a phone. Even the S7 is a little larger than I want in a phone, but it's acceptable. But like these 6-inch and 5.8-inch phones, just fuck out of here. What the hell am I supposed to do with that? That's a tablet. I don't watch movies on my phone. If I did, maybe I'd give a shit, but I don't. I don't watch movies in general. Merry Christmas. I wish well-being to you in the next year and less drowned MacBooks. Health and prosperity to you and your family. Thank you very much. That's very nice. There will be many drowned MacBooks, though. Drowned MacBooks are what I live for. They are my purpose. They are my calling. And let's see if this drowned MacBook gives us anything. Do you fan spin? Nope. You take 220 milliamps. All right. Why do you take 220 milliamps? I would also get something if somebody made something like what the BlackBerry had with the unified inbox. I really miss the unified inbox. It's much better than Android's notification panel. The only thing is that everything else about owning a BlackBerry sucked. But the unified inbox was actually really nice. All right, so let's see. PP5ES5 is there. PP5ES4 is there. PP5ES0 is there. So we're in an SO state. So we've got just about everything. We're probably going to be missing one rail only, and I got to figure out what it is. So we're going to be missing one rail. Okay, but we are in an SO state. Let's figure it out. The other funny thing about a lot of the new Android phones is there are phones that came out 2 to 3 years after mine, and a lot of them have battery life that's just about the same. I'm not paying $600 to $800 for something that barely improves, if at all. Like, get out of here. I have no interest in upgrading my smartphone. There's nothing out there that's even remotely interesting. Like, what have you made better? You just take last year's phone, spend more money on it, put it closer to your face, and there you go. Okay, so let's see which SO rail is the one that's missing. So I'm going to open up a schematic for the 820-3115 board and go through my power rails. All right, let's see what we got here. And I'm not saying that modern phones don't do amazing things. It's just there's not... But they've reached the limit of what I find to be amazing. There's no more new amazing. All right, let's see. Is PP3V3SO present? W2 Dap says, I want a Linux phone. Good luck with that. You can wait for Ubuntu phone. Oh wait, that's dead. 3.3 volts. Alright, that's present. Next. PP1V8SO. Let's see if that's present. .8. Okay. PP1V5SO. Present. PPVTTSO. Not present. All right. That's going to come from U7300. U7300. DDR VTT enable is on pin 17. Mem VTT enable. Oh god, not this nightmare. No. Let's measure Mem VTT enable. And that's 0. Mem VTT enable is going to come from this bass on the other side of the board. Oh god, another Paul board. You need bigger GBs. No, I don't. I do not need bigger GBs. Oh. God. Alright, so you need I need platform reset L to be present to get Mem VTT enable. Where's my platform reset L? Something's going to be holding my platform reset L down. Do I have platform reset L? I don't. Platform reset L comes from the PCH, and typically that's missing because of random corrosion. So we are going to ultrasonic this board. If ultrasonic fixes it, it'll be great. If ultrasonic doesn't fix it, it'll be trash, and /or left for Paul. Platform reset L, my nemesis. Yes, TCRS, yes. Oh, I hate platform reset L bullshit. Alright, so this board does have corrosion spread out everywhere, so I am going to take off its heatsink and everything, and we will get this ready for the ultrasonic cleaner. I just turned the ultrasonic cleaner on in anticipation of this nonsense. So, but while that's heating up, while this is heating up, I'm going to move on to the next board. Someone said this is a spaghetti cascade to create a good signal. Yes. So this page over here is responsible for creating Mem VTT enable. This one signal, Mem VTT enable, look at this. Oh my god. Just to get this. Just to get Mem VTT enable. Look at the amount of transistors. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 transistors to make one goddamn signal. How long does ultrasonic take? 1 to 2 minutes to do, but about 20 to 30 minutes for the thing to heat up to 60 Celsius. And if ultrasonic he doesn't fix this, bye-bye. What's next? What's next to fix? We're down to 800 people watching from the 1100 before. People must be going and getting lives. What the hell is wrong with you people? Slot L3. See what's in here. Oh, why did I eat food? I'm regretting the eating of the food. Oh, boo. I should not have eaten food. I'm regretting that. Eating food was a terrible idea. Someone says, you know, you can finish now and go to sleep. Incorrect. There are still MacBooks to be fixed. I've been waiting since August to catch up on everything. So I knew back in August that after the employee vacations and then the concussion and then the CBC piece that I wasn't going to have time to catch up until the holiday. Because in the holiday, slightly less people come through. But there's also Christmas Eve and Christmas that you get off. And for those 2 days that you have off from that the store is closed, that is the time that I am going to catch up on all this crap. So I've been waiting for... Yeah, I've been waiting 4 months for this, really. And I need to do it. it's very important that I catch up. Because if I don't, then everybody will scream that I didn't fix their MacBook in time. So, it is important to get caught up. What would you charge me to fix screen lamination issues? I can't fix that. You can only replace the screen, which Apple does cheaper than I do right now, because I can't find Retina screens for a decent price anymore, I'm afraid. I'm sorry. Okay. What's next? We do have another. We do have another MacBook. Check it out. No power. I'm just going to clean off the desk a little bit, and we'll get started on this MacBook. There's a lot of work. There's a lot of things that I want to do, but I can't do a lot of the things that I want to do until it's not constantly backed up. Like, I'd like to have time to put together a more proper inventory system, like to improve the site, like to be able to make some regular educational content, like to make the forum better. A lot of stuff I want to do, make things better. But write a better manual for the employees. But the first thing it starts with is not being behind all the time. And you can do it if you have dedication. What will you do when you get 1 million subscribers on your other channel? I don't know. Probably troll Eli the computer guy. Probably tell Eli that I still don't consider myself a professional YouTube content creator, just to like make him scream. I think that's what I'm going to do when I get 1 million subscribers on YouTube. I think I'm going to use that as a reason to troll Eli. I think trolling Eli would be a fun thing to do. I sent my mate 20 to replace, and they said 2 weeks ago I would only get it back next year since nobody works in the holiday. Well, it sounds like the company that's repairing that has work-life balance and families and friends. You should have sent it to a company that does not have family or friends. They would have been able to fix it throughout the holidays for you. It would have been faster. And you don't use those companies where people have family and friends. Okay. Also, another thing is, I remember when I was first starting out, one of the things that people don't realize, it's not that people don't want to work, it's that a lot of people want to work, but they don't realize how much work is required to simply have work. Like, just the fact that I have an incoming queue of stuff to work on, that's actually harder to do than figure out how to make MacBooks work again. So figuring out how to fix MacBook boards, this ain't nothing but a thing. This is something, you can figure this stuff out. The most difficult thing to do is find something to do, is find people who are willing to give you their problems to solve. That's the actual hard part. So as much as it is a lot of work to do, the reason I'm sitting here on Christmas Eve at 9:18 p.m. is out of appreciation and thankfulness, if that's even a word. Probably isn't, but whatever. Out of a feeling of gratefulness for the fact that I even have stuff to work on. Because there are people out there that have an empty queue. There are people out there that don't have shit to work on that do know what they're doing. And I remember just how difficult it was to get started from the absolute beginning. When I knew how to do what I was doing, but nobody wanted to give me stuff to work on. And the amount of work and effort that you have to put in just to get your queue moving, and the amount of work and effort you have to do to get your name out there, it's really hard. So I appreciate the fact that I appreciate and I have gratitude for the fact that there's a lot of stuff for me to work on. And if people are going to send all this crap for me to work on, then I am going to repay them by sitting here and doing the fucking work. Because there are a lot of people that don't have any work, don't have any stuff to work on, that wish they had shit to work on. I have stuff to work on. I'm grateful. I'm going to sit here and do the work if people are willing to send it. Best way to troll Eli is to get the 70 or 100k of your subs to push him over the 1 mil point just so he gets the button, ergo have to interact with YouTube. Ha. No, there's no interacting with YouTube. They just automatically send it to you. Invest in making clones of Paul. That would be a good idea. And granted, it's been 10 years and a month now for me at this point, so I sincerely hope that I've built up enough of a reputation that I can find work. But even though it has been 10 years, I'm still as grateful now as I was to get my first customer 10 years ago with this. I have never lost that gratitude for the fact that there's work sitting in front of me. Okay. So, this machine appears to be using 500 milliamps, which means this is turning on, which means this probably already works. Let me just see what happens when I plug it into a screen. Use this to get Sagat. You know what? I will put that $10 towards something, but I refuse to spend money on video games that I've already spent money on. If a video game costs $20 or $50, there's no way in hell I'm paying for in-game upgrades. Fuck that. Just on principle. It's like free shipping. I would rather pay $150 for something and 50 for shipping than pay $40 for it and $100 for shipping. I would rather pay $50 for the game than I would $20 for the game and $10 for the feature I want. There's something about paying for in-game upgrades. Maybe it's a generational thing. Maybe it's because I'm a cheapskate. I don't have it in me to do that. I don't think I ever will. And I'm not going to give money to game developers for shit that I already paid for. Alright, so this is giving me an Apple logo. They said it doesn't turn on. It clearly does. So somebody else who works here will give this a fine-tooth comb look over and figure out why this is not turning on. Or what it is that's exactly going on with it, because this already works. I respect video game creators' rights to hide things behind a paywall, just to be clear. I'm not saying it should be illegal or anything like that. I respect your right to say I have to pay money to get this extra stuff after I paid for the game. But they should also respect my right to never give the companies that do that money ever again. Like whoever made Street Fighter V, where you have to pay to use Sagat, I mean, that's fine. You can do that. But I'm going to look up the companies that were responsible for that. I'm not giving them money for a game ever again. Then there are game developers selling unfinished games in beta mode for more than $20. Yeah. Lewis, you look like shit. I know. That's why I don't do well on Tinder. I commend you in fixing these sick Xmas MacBooks. I have nothing but respect for you. Happy holidays, man. Thank you. I knew I looked like shit before you told me. Most of the people I date would agree with you. Okay, what do we have next? What's next in the list? This one can stay for Paul. Fuck that. That one can stay for Paul. Screw that. This is this. Yeah. This one also needs Paul. That's a Paul. This one seems like it could be me. What's the difference between your background and Paul's background? My background is the stock Windows wallpaper, whereas Paul's background is a picture of Taylor Swift. I can't stand Taylor Swift. Okay. Here's the thing, as the night goes on, I'm not going to stop fixing, and I'm not going to do things at lower quality. I'm just going to do a little bit more cherry picking is all. Might just get a little bit more random as the night goes on. A1502, that kernel panics. That's junk. Please, Lewis, can I go to sleep? You're allowed to go to sleep. I'm not keeping you. All right, next one. Let's grab this one. This is a one freezing effing store. Thank you, El Dominguez. $783 people are watching me fix a board. That's a lot of people watching me fix a board on Christmas Eve. Here's to some afternoon lunch. Thank you, David Stahl. 700 plus people watching me fix boards on a Christmas Eve. Do not dropship me 20 MacBooks FluxCore. This is unacceptable. How hard would it be for you to pump the heat from the Threadripper to your station? I gotta wait for the new fans to come in. These are all like max, I think 900 RPM in here. Okay, what's wrong with this thing? I see a little bit of green by the CPU MOSFETs. Great. That's no. Oh my. This is missing the DC in board. I don't have a DC in board for this, do I? Well, they included 2, it appears. What did you do? Okay, let's get the board out of here. Open, check, flux, solder, fan spin, repeat. That's the idea. What did you do, mofo? What did you do to this MacBook? I was on the Wikipedia page for hard work, and it just had a link to this stream. Nah, this ain't hard work. Being a bricklayer. Construction worker. Coal miner. This ain't hard work. This is just fixing MacBooks is all. No, I mean, Kevin, those fans are made to not be able to do more than 1,000 or 900 RPM. So even if you turn them all the way up, they only do that. I got the new fans. There's some Noctuas that do 900 to 3,000 RPM, but I figured I'd wait for the radiator, the new radiator, and all-in-one setup to arrive. Everybody's been saying that this Enermax one, it's an all-in-one cooler that covers the entire Threadripper core rather than just a portion of it. But the old one leaked, and people are unsure if the new one leaks, and nobody seems to want to try the new one to see if it also leaks. But I figured I would try it, because if it leaks, then I have a liquid damage board. And I know how to fix liquid damage boards. So I got one. We'll see how much of a piece of shit it is. If that thing leaks, I'm going to shove it so far up Enermax's ass. But one way to tell. So I got that Enermax 280mm Threadripper cooler. And if it leaks, I will fucking shove that thing up Enermax's ass. But at least if I know if it leaks, I'll be able to fix my own liquid damage motherboard. But yeah, there's that. I'd make a custom loop if I ever had the time, but as you can see, it's Christmas Eve and I'm working on a MacBook, so I now don't have the time to make a custom loop. There is no time for these things. There is no time for such things. That's far too much work and effort. F Enermax, indeed. I agree. I'm with you, man. Gotta love being the guinea pig of your own equipment. Yeah, we'll see. One way to find out. Bitter, cynical is evil. Karpat Zoltan is here. He leaves cool comments on Eli the Computer Guy videos. Of course it makes good AIOs. Yeah, I wanted one that covered the entire Threadripper thing. Some people said it makes a difference. Some people said it doesn't make a difference. But the only way to tell if it makes a difference or doesn't make a difference is to try it. So I will try it and see if that whole thing covering the entire CPU does make a difference or not. But there's no way. Now we're going to have some nice Noctua fans on it. It'll be pretty. When are you going to get yourself a bench meter? Do I look like I have space for a bench meter, Paul? I don't got space for these things. I don't have the luxuries that you guys in Australia do. Oh my fucking god. What? Nope. 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 Maybe if this was a newer board, yes. Not on an A1425. Because I can't find SMCs to these. I can't find batteries to these. Nope. Not happening. Nope. 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 We'll put it through the ultrasonic cleaner and see what that does. This is so cute, too. It says in the ticket, I'm hoping it's just the DCN board. That's so cute. That's adorable. Aww. You think it's just the DCN board. Well, that'll be crushing some hopes. Definitely have some hopes to crush. Okay. Let's ultrasonic this and that H1278 board that was missing platform reset. Let's see if we make any progress. I'm starting to feel way more nauseous, so I think this is going to be the end of my day. Yeah, it's time to throw up, isn't it? It's about time to throw up. It's about that time to puke again. I think we're going to ultrasonic these two boards, go throw up, go home, and then come back here tomorrow to fix some more boards. Alright, so we're ultrasonicing. Thor took a piss on that board. Sure did. Let's get a low pass filter on to make the ultrasonic sound less obnoxious. There. Maybe that'll make the ultrasonic sound a little less obnoxious. Why is piss censored? Because piss is a curse. That's why it is censored. Piss. I have to turn the board around to finish ultrasonicking it. It's the wackiest dream you've ever had. I don't remember my dreams. I don't want to get up, but I gotta get up. I gotta get up, don't I? Okay, let's get up. Flip these boards over. Ugh. Ultrasonic. We're going to ultrasonic the other side of that board, and then we're going to dry these boards off. Okay. What should I do while I'm waiting for the MacBooks to ultrasonic? Because I think those are going to be the end. I guess I could read live chat. But All right. Those three sides. Uh, okay, time to put those boards into the oven and see if we can get them to work. Have you tried about trolling the Apple Store Twitter? No, I have stuff to do. I have boards to fix, business to run. Alright, these boards have been alcoholed, and now we put them into the oven. Actually, let me just get rid of put them in the air filter first. Put them straight in the oven, they're going to smell to high heaven. Air filter first. That'll get rid of all the excess alcohol. Clean off my trackball a little bit. Biggest problem with a custom water loop is a 24-hour leak down test to make sure it doesn't fry itself because it leaks. The Alloys can afford that downtime. Oh, and I don't have the patience for it either. I would put it together immediately and run it. Screw that. Do you have a less expensive soldering station with tweezers to suggest instead of Paul's HAKKO? No. Paul's HAKKO is the cheap tweezer setup. Seriously, like if you want expensive tweezers, JBC and Pace. If you want cheap tweezers, HAKKO. If you need cheaper tweezers than HAKKO, no. Alright, I would say at this point that those boards are ready to go into the oven. I'm going to dry these things off and see if we've made any progress. This is the boring part. We're actually waiting for a board to dry. Waiting for a board to dry is incredibly boring. Yep, we're literally waiting for the boards to dry. Maybe I should install Paul's RGB. How many people vote that I should install Paul's RGB while waiting? He would kill me if I touched his RGB. We're waiting for a board to dry. This is as genuinely boring as it gets. Must wait for boards to dry. Sent you another donation via Verge. I also noticed I'm the one that sent you all the donations for that address so far. Ooh. Let's see. Do I still even have a crypto wallet? Yes, apparently I do. I'm surprised I still have a crypto wallet. Thank you. That has $9.79 in Verges. I am rich. Is there a P.O. box for Lewis? No, but there is a store address for Lewis at sendyourmacbook.com. Hold until Bitcoin is 100K one day. Bitcoin is fairly worthless right now. Verge XVG is dodgy as hell. Name a cryptocurrency that is not. Lol. How long until you get the space next door to your office? I think I may just be able to make this space work if I clean it up a little bit more. I don't think doubling my rent is really going to do anything here. I think we just need downtime to like just really brush over the space and redo it. Alright, we still got some time waiting for those boards to dry. I'm genuinely sitting here waiting for MacBooks to dry. And people are actually, there's still 675 people watching. Wow. That's insane. What are you all doing here? Waiting for MacBooks to dry. Alright, let's see if these boards are dry. Oh yes, much dry. Now we're just going to cool them off in the air filter. And we're going to plug them in. Let's see if we get platform reset L on that A1278, and we're going to see what that A1425 looks like. Playing games and watching MacBooks go to heaven. They're not going to go to heaven. They're going to be alive. Okay. First up is the A1278 that we were working on previously. I want to see if this A1278 is now able to have a platform reset and then MEMVTT enable. This MacBook is still taking 239 milliamps. This can eat shit and die. This MacBook is not going to heaven. This MacBook is going to hell. I'm just going to give it a quick overview. See if there's anything that I should put some extra focus into. Alright, RTC circuit's got a little bit of junk over there. I think we just brushed that junk off. But that's not going to do anything. This filthy MacBook. You disgusting garbage MacBook. Alright, so we waited for this board to dry for nothing. We put a U7201 on that board for nothing. Because it doesn't have a platform reset. This could literally be anything. Just about anything. Gross. Nasty pins on webcam connector. And it's just drawing its 250 milliamps. MEMVTT enable isn't present, so we're not going to get vCore or memory voltage or all-sys power good. It's your fault, PCH. It's your fault. Alright. This board is going up there. Rest in pieces. You pile of trash. Next up. So this board should go into the poll. No, we're not going to do that to Paul. This board's too fucked up to go into Paul's status. We ain't going to do that to Paul. That would be cruel. Okay. And now, for that A1425 board from earlier. Let's take a look at that board. Ultrasonic actually made this look quite a bit better. Obviously that corroded probe point is no good, but that's going to be for some sensor. Nothing too important. That cap is going to be shorted. Let's just get that thing off the board. Shoot. Get out of there, you piece of shit. Get out of there. Chunk. This area for PM PCH power, okay, could probably use a little work. But this might actually be usable. Ah, they bent the pins. Oh my god! You rapist! What? Oh, fuck off. Really, asshole? Really? You effing rapist. What did you do to this little Macbook? We probably don't need that pin anyway. I don't want to resolder this connector tonight. Fuck that. Let's see if I can get by with the amount of pins that are there. Alright. Sure, those other pins are just not necessary. Best to finish the job and just break the other pins. That's a good idea. Nope. Seems like I would need the other pins. Oh well, fuck that. I'm not resoldering that connector on tonight. Goddamn rapist. Okay. I think it's about time to get out of here. We've been streaming for almost 5 hours. That's about as much board repair I feel like doing while sick. So I am going to stop the stream, vacuum up a little bit, and then get out of here. Go home, go to sleep, and hopefully, if I'm lucky, I won't have to throw up. Because throwing up sucks. And just leave some notes for this MacBook. Boy. Alright, so I'll see you all next time. Thank you very much for tuning in and watching. I hope you learned something. I hope that this has been somewhat entertaining or informative to you, if hopefully both. And Merry Christmas. Thank you very much, and see you next time.